And it's time for the Elite Eight. The quarterfinals are upon us, everyone, here at the 2025 Pan Am Senior Snooker Championship. Our featured match here, a best of 7 with Renat Denka taking on Itero Santos. It's David Burney in the booth, and we've got referee Ernst Bezimer manning the table. And it flips, and we are ready to go. Looks like Renat will be breaking off. Tough one to call here. Both players have a good track record. Itero actually won this event, or the open event, back in 2013 and was able to get a 2-year professional card. And Renat is the back-to-back U.S. national champion and the American Masters champion, so he'd like to add another trophy to his case. And here we go. Frame number 1. And Itero's in first. Both players definitely have the ability to put a frame winning clearance in one visit. Itero getting aggressive in the beginning. Nice to see.
6.
Not a great angle on that blue just to open up the reds. We have an active chat there on the stream. It's Papsa's YouTube channel. Hideri already put in his support for Renat. Great to see. Let's hear some support for Itero as well. Any comments or questions, do let us know. We are at the Arian Snooker Club here in Sacramento, California. Cannon there on the red has opened up the black spot.
14.
Definitely a tricky red into the right middle, the rightmost of the reds.
Santo, 14.
And in fairness to all the players, we have experienced some very hot heat here in Sacramento, and the air conditioning did die the past 2 days. So fortunate enough they did get it going today. I told the players that they are permitted to wear a golf shirt, not the full dress as you see Itero is wearing. But in fairness, they did want to have full dress for the quarterfinals, but some players are quite a distance and didn't want to inconvenience them of running back to their hotel room just for a change of dress. So a little relaxed, but definitely tomorrow when we start out the semifinals, everyone will be in full dress. In a few hours, we will find out who the final four will be. If you're looking for updates or live scoring, feel free to check out cloudsnooker.com, cloudsnooker.com. Every match here has a tablet keeping the score. So those tablets talk to the Cloud Snooker website and you can see live scoring as it happens. No, it's got a long red there. Tough with his bridge hand on that cushion.
One.
He's landed in a very nice spot on the blue, the right side. As we categorize the right side of the blue, the natural angle off this blue will put him back down the table. So we'll see how Renat can counter. As Itero was in first. Ran a little bit out of position, thus only was able to get to 14.
Three.
Actually, a couple of reds on the right side are blocking the path for this black to go in the top right. And those three reds, just don't know if that top one will get by the red that's below it. Pumping up a little bit more height, just to get onto this blue, to the left bulk corner pocket.
Nine.
Pedro, unfortunately, the scoreboard has not frozen. It's just the opponents are supposed to be keeping track of the score as it happens, but I think Itero is just letting that lapse a little bit. But I appreciate your comment. At the end of this break, it should be calculated correctly.
10.
Thanks, Pedro. Much appreciated. He understands.
17.
Hopefully, as the sport continues to grow, we can get more and more great people behind the scenes, so we can get people just monitoring the scoreboard, and the players can just have all their focus onto the match at hand.
18.
And there, you see it has been updated. Yeah, the Aryan Snooker Club here in Sacramento. There's 2 separate rooms. One room has 4 snooker tables. The other room has 5. We're in the one room with the 4 tables. And all quarterfinal matches are happening in that room. So a lot of bodies moving around.
$25. $26.
That's okay. I love the little flick on the pink. The red, I should say, to get on the pink, to be a bit higher on it.
Give me a minute.
Applied a little bit of check side there to straighten it out so it didn't go into towards the bulk area. El Pedro's mentioning that he hopes to maybe someday live in the U.S. and hopefully there's a great club like this in his neighborhood. And a lot more clubs are popping up. The U.S. is quite a vast country in land size. There are pockets. Sacramento, there's a great scene going on here. Houston, up in Seattle, Washington.
34.
You can take a look at the PAPSA.org. That's PAPSA.org, the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association website.
Sorry, 33.
And they have a club finder function there where you can locate clubs in the region, as Pan America stretches all the Americas. That's North, South, and even Central America.
$33. $40.
Oh, right now it's got a nice angle. Cut this black. Open up the 4 reds that are engulfing the pink.
$48.
It's done a nice job there. Nice angle.
49.
It's black for a half century for Renat. Good visit in the first frame.
$56.
Some good reds open, so I think he'll be pretty upset if he isn't able to take the frame here.
57. $63. $64.
The snooker's
71.
required stage. There is the ton on for Renat. It's going to take a bit of work, obviously, with that red up in the bulk area.
$78.
Oh, just a little
Cut.
too much
78.
pace.
Frame conceded.
And that's a concession there by Tero Santos. So Renat Danka makes a strong 78 break to take this first frame of this quarterfinal match. And we'll step aside and be right back with frame 2.
Second frame. Peter Santos to break.
And we're back here with frame 2, Tero Santos. See how he rebounds. Renat's got his first frame. As I always say, you're not into the match until you get that first frame on the board, but a very effective 78 break by Renat in that first frame. It's a good break-off shot. That's not a great safety shot there by Renat. Fortunate part is that red just to the right of the black blocks the potting path for the black. So he's probably going to be taking that red on instead of the lower red below the black spot. He's got a choice of two of them, but it's got to fully commit when he's down on the shot.
One.
Yes, Pedro is realizing that there are a lot of Brazilians in the quarterfinals here. We do have 3 Americans and the lone Canadian, Charlie Brown.
$16. 17.
Good angle to develop the pack of reds. Ooh.
Peter Santos, 17.
That's just might have got ahead of himself a little bit there. Obviously, if it jumped over the black ball, would have been a foul, but that little hop is not going to incur the 7-point foul as he was on the black.
One.
Oh. They're not going to punish him for that mistake. It'll be tricky to get on his next red. Just coming over to take a look. It does have the red into the left middle. Problem is that cue ball is still going to be close to the top cushion.
Eight.
Yeah, very risky shot there. Good discipline by the Iraqi-born player. Now makes his residence in Chicago, Illinois. Chicago, rich history of billiards. A great city. The Windy City used to have 800 rooms, more than 800 rooms, with pool and snooker tables back in the day. Fernak can get by that green to just clip the pack.
Foul and a miss. Peter Santos, 4.
Tiro does have the opportunity to put his opponent back. He's just surveying. Doesn't like his chances, so referee Bazemer is going to respond it. And referee Bazemer just letting Renat not touches the ball. Mostly players are used to not having a referee, so it's quite a luxury when they do get a referee at the table. Pedro is asking, is this strawn number 10 cloth on these tables? Actually, I believe, because they were putting together this featured table when we arrived to set up all our camera gear on Friday night.
1.
Luck of good fortune there by Renat. Obviously, safety was more important to him than the pot. But getting back to the cloth discussion, I did notice that it looked like strawn superfine.
Second 1.
Makes me think that probably all the tables are outfitted with the superfine cloth. It does play a lot like the number 10, but it does have the durability, as obviously this is an active club with paying customers. And unless you have deep pockets and you're changing the cloth periodically, Superfine's not a bad investment for a room owner. It gives that slickness of the number 10, but it sticks around so you're not breaking the bank. I think you'll see more often than not a lot of room owners are starting to get well skilled in putting together tables and clothing them and adjusting the rubbers. So if they can take that cost away, it's just the cost of materials. More often than not, sometimes you'll see clubs going that number 10, I should say. Because obviously we get spoiled when we watch the professional circuit that they're using number 10. But the thing is, as soon as that tournament is done, that cloth is sold and not to be used in another tournament. Even at the Worlds, they switch it up. When they move down to a single table setup in the semifinals over in Sheffield, England, they recloth the tables.
Running to 6. Miss.
So, referee Bezimer might have just a little bit of work to do here. There's a few reds that might have moved a little bit, but he'll check with both.
I want to get the red right too. Can I get some help with the... No? We have no? Okay. Foul and a miss after we spot the reds. They have an old... Sure.
So, referee Bezimer just coming into our control center, just kind of getting a picture for the respot.
This is after. Yeah.
It's a little tricky sometimes when we don't have the marker right there by the room, in the room.
I'm gonna let him play. Are you okay with the reds this way?
No, we can try to fix it. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
One of the PAPSA board members there, Amit Seth, coming in with his cell phone. Just has a freeze frame.
Okay.
A lot of technology has been discussed.
The thing was almost on the spot.
Heard that they have lasers in Asia that mark the balls. They can only be seen with a special kind of light. So we'll see if that technology comes to play a few years down the road.
Yeah.
Hopefully the crowd that's in here at least give a good round of applause
Okay.
for the help of the staff here to put him back. Most of the time, it's more important just to get that cue ball back. But in these latter stages of a prestigious tournament, you want to make sure all balls are. Oh, that's not going to go either.
4 and a miss.
But I don't think Renat's going to be put him back here. He's got a red run through for the pink into the right middle. And Renat could be off to the races again in the second frame.
No, I didn't. I didn't. You still need to write it. Yeah. The 4?
Just confirming that as a 4-point foul. No balls were hit.
One.
Great action on his cue ball. Yeah, fortunately that pink does not have the path to the top left corner. So that red is just intervening. So fortunate enough the green is not on its spot. It's a big area to go through to in and out of bulk. Can't get around that pink for that red. Definitely have to put a lot of side around it. Does have the red left of the pink. Thin cut on that red to left middle. With a thin cut, it's going to lose control of the cue ball. Probably opting for the red left of the pink. Stun up table.
Seven.
Just wanted a little flick on that. Still the pink, as you can see there, blocking the path for that red. That red there in the open by its lonesome. Another thin cut. Gonna push him towards the bulk end of the table. This red into left middle, not too bad. Might have to play with a little check siding, or side I should say, just to straighten it up so it can be onto that pink, as we can see in the top right corner. We're not just waiting for a player on an adjacent table to take their shot.
Radenka.
Tough thin cuts. Eventually it's going to come and bite them. It's here with a mid to long range red, as you can see there, left of the pink. Tiro is in. Let's see what he can do with his chance. A little bit of annoyance with all those reds close to the top left corner. Blocks any hope to put the black in that pocket. Oh. Just struggling a little early on here, Tiro is. That's what pressure can do. Just brings a little tension in that back arm. Oh, Nat Camp can compute there. So Tiro led off tremendously by maybe a costly mistake by Renat.
One.
Just coming around, red below the pink. They'll go into that top right corner. Was rather high on it. Left them a difficult shot. A little bump in with his fellow Brazilian, Januario, doing a great job refereeing.
Nine.
So you can see the black does go, but boy, that's a thin cut. Very tricky. Tiro's not making it easy for himself. Does have a 2-point advantage in the second frame. That's the 7 quarterfinal match. Get that nicely.
16. 17.
Nice pot on the brown. He's left a Mid-range red into the top right. Taro, not one of the tallest players on this group, so just needs a little extra lumber on his cue. Big rule in game of snooker: never stretch. If you're stretching, it forces you to wobble around a bit. You gotta be really steady. Taro illustrates that perfectively.
22.
Oh,
29.
nice black, but I think this is going to be coming end of break. And a 22-point advantage, but there'll be some cut on that red that's further off the cushion than the two.
Peter Santo, 29.
Yeah, you can see how tough that cut is into that left middle on that red there from that picture. Just wonder if he's snookered on the other two reds. Should be able to easily hit this red by the black. Could come off cushion to nestle tightly behind that black. So that might be in a little bit of trouble in his next shot. Got a decent cue ball, so tight to the top cushion, but yeah, can't use all of the cue ball. It's just about an inch or so off the cushion. It's a difficult red, but it is there. Shot, he double kissed it. Now Taro does have a red to the green pocket. Fancying the pot. Put his opponent tight to the top cushion, which he has done. 59-21 for the Brazilian over the American. The second frame, best of 7. Doesn't matter that the reds are up in the bulk area. Just with 22, all the colors equal 27. And with those reds, a total of 51 points up for grabs on the table. Thanks for tuning in, Ironman Avengers. Curious on what time the final will be for the seniors. That's scheduled tomorrow for 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Pacific time. We're going to kick off Championship Tuesday tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the 2 semifinal matches. That's 10 a.m. Pacific time. And it's tentatively scheduled for 2 p.m. for the final. But definitely tune into the broadcast as we will have updates, because sometimes you can get some lengthy frames in the game of snooker, so that could push the start time. Or there might be quick blitzes, and we might pull the start time. Okay. That's a very thin cut on that red to the yellow pocket. Does have the red to the opposing green pocket. Does pose some difficulty. Gave it a shot. Giving the tarot thin cut as well. Should be able to put this red ball in. Straight on the yellow there. Let's have a little bit of angle to get up to the brown near the bulk cushion. He's drawn back on the blue.
Seven.
So Tiro does need this final red. So right now he is up by 30. The green is there. The yellow is there as well.
Nine.
So I might have my arithmetic wrong, but just 26, and there we have 35 on. still anyone's frame. He hasn't got the snooker, but still. It's a thin cut towards the yellow pocket with the red. Does have to be a little bit mindful. I think he can get past the blue for the potting angle, but there's always potential of an in-off. Into the left middle with his cue ball. Celebrating a lot this week as it is the 20th year anniversary of the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association. J.A. Prodhocker, the president, had a dream back in 2004, and in 2005 they launched. Some great help from Tony Hall, the IBSF president at the time. In addition, he reached out to Jason Ferguson, the chairman of the WPUSA, who was very supportive of this organization, and both those two gentlemen have really worked well together to create a good foundation over here in the Americas. Still a rich history in Canada, but we're seeing a great growth here in the US of A.
One.
Not going off. That was his frame ball. Just needs the one snooker, so frame is not to bed just yet. You might have one there. Should be an easy escape here for Atiro. Problem is sometimes, you know, there's 6 pockets there. You definitely don't want to cause an unforced error and go in off. Put another snooker there. Sometimes when you need the one snooker, you need to lay at least maybe 4 or 5. Really frustrate your opponent. Brown is definitely in a nice spot. Come off the left cushion and maybe even the bulk land nestle in behind it. Yeah, this frame is a bit longer than the first one. Had an impressive 78 break. Both players have jostled a little bit in the second frame, but it is Atiro Santos with a 32-point advantage. How about this for a shot? Well done, Renat Danka. Beautifully played snooker. This is going to be tricky. Obviously, when snookers are required, a miss cannot be called. Gonna get it. Oh, it does. Well done. Just a little pacey on that shot. Wanted to pull it up a little bit more. Nice and tight behind that black. Atiro might try the cross double into the side. Tiro would like to get this frame finished sooner than later, doesn't want it to drag on. Start to doubt yourself a little bit. Confidence switches to negativity. Watch out for that cue ball.
2.
Oh, very fortunate. Just came off the horn and bounced out.
Santo, 2.
Oh, this could be end of frame here. And it is so. Tiro Santos gets his first frame on the board, and we got a match tied 1 apiece. Coming back with an important third frame to see who can take a 2-1 advantage. Stand by, everybody. We'll be right back.
Third frame. Break.
And we're back with the third frame. This quarterfinal match between Renat Denka and the Tiro Santos. And at an impressive 78 break in that first frame, give him that advantage there. But the crafty Brazilian was able to put together the pieces to get his first frame. At the conclusion of the fourth frame, we will be taking a 10-minute break. As the rules in this tournament is there's a 10-minute interval after the fourth frame unless it is 3-0 for one of the opponents, because the opponent cannot win out directly without a break. That's a statement shot there by Renat Denka. Fired it into the top left corner. Doesn't really have much to go with here, so I just flick off the brown and get behind the yellow. Oh, he's going for the jugular.
Denka, 1.
This long red does go left of the pink, but he's only got to be annoyed by that green. So just a safety shot to bring him back. Needs a bit more pace. I don't think Katero has a path for that red just sitting over the top left corner. Very long plant, but very tricky. There's no real like kind of shot to nothing with a plant. Kick a red ball, try and knock it towards that red. So you have to swerve around a little bit.
One.
Just can hold for that little gap for the black.
Blue ball. Peter Santos. One.
So I'll put the Sprite colors, yellow and green, up there in the bulk. Everything is down at the top end. So a pathway to come in, click off a red and come back to the bulk area. It's a little bit tricky for Renat. He's played a more containing safety. A little tactical affair here. Nice. Well, that kind of straightened up a little bit when it came off that cushion. I thought it was going to be bouncing a little bit more towards the yellow with his cue ball. Could have a pathway for the potting angle to this red, just right of the black spot. The odd number frames are always so important. It's good to take a lead and build on momentum and try and get the next one.
One. Three.
A lot of zip on that one for Renat Danka, taking that yellow into its own pocket. It goes into the left middle and hopefully can stun up for the brown, as it will find home in that same pocket.
Four.
He really wants to start to get some of these colored balls out in the open.
Danka. Four.
He's left the red on that he wanted to play for after that brown. The brown's sticking around and the pink is open. Couple middle pockets will take one of those balls. He's nice and high on a red here. Come off the top cushion.
One.
As Atiro is line up his shot, just some updates from around the room. It looks like Igor Figueiredo has a 2-1 advantage over Darren Taylor. Noel Moriai is leading Ajay Pradhakar by 3 frames to none. As well, the reigning PAPSA senior champion Fabiano is leading the Canadian Charlie Brown 2 frames to none. You can follow all that live scoring on cloudsnooker.com, cloudsnooker.com. Find the PAPSA Senior Snooker Open 2025. Click on the live scoring tab.
Seven.
Let's take a pathway past that brown to get on this red on the open. It's getting down pretty quick, so it looks like it is there.
Peter. 7.
They're not a little unhappy with that shot, but I think safety was a big part of his play there. It was definitely a long red into the yellow pocket. I mean, obviously the red to the left of the brown. That's got some length. It's opting not for it. Was he tempted or not to take this red into the top right corner? I'm just going to play safe and trying to get his good cue ball into that bulk cushion. Definitely feel free to like the stream and subscribe to PAPSA's YouTube page. I was planning to have a lot of great events. I have an archive of many matches from previous tournaments, a good resource. Feel free to tell your friends as well. This is quarterfinal. We'll be coming back for Championship Tuesday of the senior side of the Pan American Snooker Championship. Winner will get a trip to the Crucible Theater to play in the World Seniors Snooker Championship around mid-May. Then we'll be right back at it on Wednesday to kick off the open side of this prestigious tournament. And on that side, the players will be playing for a 2-year card, enjoying the Canadian Sahil Nair, who won it last year in the Belle Province of Quebec in Montreal.
One.
A few opened up reds. Let's see what Atiro can do here. Fully capable of running the table and winning it in one visit. Black really tied up. Pink's the wrong end of the table. Red should probably be going in after this green on the left side, and that will clear up that pocket.
Four.
Like there's a path. Yeah. Brown blocking that path for that red ball to the top right. Unfortunately, that pink is not going to go into the green pocket.
Five.
And it doesn't go into the yellow. So we'll be taking on the yellow. Come back down to the table where all the reds are.
Seven.
Don't think he has a pathway through those two reds to get on that red that just is plumb to go into the top right. It's not his favorite position to be in there. I think this break is going to be coming to an end here. Just a little flick on the blue and come up to the bulk area. Just gently get behind it.
Santos. Eight.
Devilish work by the Brazilian there.
Well, four and a miss.
So earlier on in the tournament, when a foul and miss scenario was presented, the players had a maximum of 4 attempts, 3 putbacks, but now with a ref, they play until an object ball is hit or until snookers are required. Just a slim 16-point advantage for Tero Santos in this third frame. A lot of the great viewing audience chiming in the chat. Great to hear. And they are all picking up on it that it is quite an ugly table. Black really tied up. It's just engulfed by 3 cherries. Renat just might have a shot to nothing here. That red left of the brown. So you see there is a pathway there for it. Almost felt like we were going to see more fireworks as Renat came out with an impressive 78 in that first frame, but Taro has left a long red for the man from Chicago, the reigning U.S. national champion. Won it 2 years in a row, 24 and 25, Renat Danka.
One.
Just not sure if that red above the black spot, as you can see. Don't know if it can just go by that other red to get into the top left corner pocket. But there are other open reds that Renat can play for.
Six.
It's not his favorite position to be in.
Seven.
He's just not putting his cue ball in great places here. Just came up a bit too much for the blue. The pink is blocked going into either of the bulk pockets. That rest just makes it that much more difficult. Got to be highly skilled with that tool.
Seven.
Fortunate enough that this red is just blocked the top left corner. But Zero might just have a shot to nothing on that red right near the pink spot. He's giving Renat a long red of the 3 in a row there. Rightmost one. Looks like it will go. Top right. Just kind of taking a look and see where he wants his cue ball to potentially take the green. It still is a difficult pot. It's looking like it's turning into a slugfest, not a heavyweight bout. We thought big combination blows in the form of high breaks would be going, but that black tied up, it's really brought this frame to a grinding halt. It can easily can happen that players forget how to pot. red by the black. We'll go into the top right, so that's just a little bit of concern, I think, for Annette. He's trying to push this red up table and draw back to get onto that bulk cushion. So we got a score update that Noel Moraria has won his quarterfinal match by a score of 4-0 over Ajaya Pradhakar. So we've got one Brazilian in the semifinals. There's a potential of an all Brazilian Final Four. Obviously Darren Taylor would like to stop that. Or Renat Denka here on our TV table. Or the final Canadian in the group, Charlie Brown. Darren and Charlie Brown both trailing in their match. The black has finally been broke free. Trying for the double, unsuccessful. There looks like a path for that red. Tiro just tried to double in. Does go into the yellow pocket, but it's definitely got a lot of distance. And if he is to falter, so as you can see, Ali Al-Said out of the tournament, but acting as a referee. Just monitoring his table. That's why we have a little stall there. A little short of the triple.
One.
Yeah, looks like Atira does have his pink to the right middle. Just been heard word that we're going to be getting a special guest coming into the booth. The president of the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association, Ajaya Pradhakar. So if you do have any questions for El Presidente, feel free to get them ready in the chat, and we'll do our best to get him to answer them. So everybody,
Good evening, folks. Good evening,
I'm
David.
happy to bring in Ajaya Pradhakar into the booth. How are you doing, Ajaya?
Doing good, David. Thanks.
That's good to hear, Ajaya. How are you finding the tournament so far? wasn't able to convert on that ping, but he wasn't punished by Renat. Oh, what a cut there by Otero.
Hey, David, can you?
Apologies, we're just doing a little bit of testing here. Trying to hear what our lovely president has to say, and just the sound is not coming through my headset.
All four. I miss.
I think no one's able to hear me as usual, David, but I'll try to speak as loudly as I can.
Al, you're sounding smooth and silky. Great to
Oh,
have you in the booth.
great. Thanks, David.
How's the tournament going for you so far, Ajay?
I think it's been going well. It's had like a few challenges, but I think the club, like the Aryan Snooker Club, and the folks here, the local crew, has kind of really come through, and kind of fixed most of the initial issues that we've had. So I think overall I can't complain.
Well, that's great to hear. It is a big year for the PAPS organization. This is the
Yes,
20-year anniversary.
yes. So yeah, we are like super excited to kind of celebrate our 20-year anniversary this year. It's been quite a long journey. We honestly haven't had any time to look back at all. We've just been just trying to move forward. But I think it's good to reflect. This year we've been kind of reflecting on what we have achieved over the past 20 years, and I think it's good. It's good to do that.
Definitely fantastic to hear. So, what was kind of the nucleus 20 years ago? What was going through your mind? What did you what spurred you on to create this great organization?
So actually, what happened was, we used to participate in the World Championships as the USA, and I started representing the US, back in 2000, and um, we had kind of vibrant but small snooker community, and we used to go and participate in the World Championships every year. Every year, I think since 1987, we've been participating in the World Championships. But what I found was that our continent wasn't recognized by the amateur board, and it was a big gap, relevant to the amateur body of, uh, kind of not having the Americas as a region.
Mm-hmm.
So they had every other region, Asia, uh, Africa, Europe, and Oceania as well. But
Mm-hmm.
the Americas was missing, and uh, I kind of took it upon myself to make sure that that gets corrected. And I had support, from people in the IBSF. Actually, the then president, Anthony Hull, was a big supporter of mine and ours, and he encouraged me to actually start the organization back in 2004. And that's when I created the organization, and I was pitching to the IBSF that we should be recognized as a region. I then also spoke to Steve Cooper, who was back then the president of CAPSA, which is the Canadian Billiards and Snooker Association, and various other folks in the region. and we decided to kind of come together under PAPSA
Hmm.
and pitch, the amateur world body to recognize our
Not ranked at
continent,
10.
which should have been really, it should have been coming from them,
Hmm.
but you know, but in a sense, like kind of fortunately for us, we could speak to each other. We had the same vision relevant to the region. We wanted to kind of rekindle the sport. Um, like as you know, I think even in Canada, it was kind of faltering and kind of going downwards. Back in the early 2000s. So I think everybody wanted change. The Canadians, the Americans, the Brazilians, they were kind of invisible, even though there was so much snooker going on in Brazil. It was almost invisible to the entire world, and it was important for us to highlight that there's so much snooker being played in the region, including Canada, the U.S., and Brazil. And I think we've been able to achieve that because we are now recognized by the amateur as well as the professional body, and thanks to the WST, we get a tour card for the open event and a crucible spot for the seniors event.
Yeah, how did that all work out? That's quite a coup to get, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think uh, a big thank you should go to Jason Ferguson, who's been a believer in our region and has been a really good friend of mine since back in 2009. Actually, is first when I met him, and we had a conversation for about an hour, and we really hit it off. And he liked the vision, uh, you know, relevant to what we are trying to achieve, and he was, fully supportive of that. But of course, we needed to put in the work. We obviously have to stand on our own 2 feet, but we have a huge backing from Jason Ferguson, the WST, and the WPBSA,
Excellent.
and we are also a part of the IBSF as well.
Great, great. I know he's obviously, it is the World Snooker Tour, so you want to encompass the world. We always hear that usually snooker feels very British centric. So I know he's active, he's pushing a lot to get over to the Americas. And he does want to, I think, establish some kind of events over here, some pro events. And talking with him a little bit as well, myself over in Sheffield, it's one thing to have an event, but you got to have that staining power to keep it going.
True. I think we are, a lot of what we have done is at the grassroots level. It's been, kind of hard and dirty work, really. Getting uh, snooker back into the clubs, tournaments at club levels, getting people out of the woodwork in local regions, spreading the word. Again, the snooker community has been amazing. I think uh, they've done so much of the hard work for us as well. And a big thank you should go out to all the snooker fans across the Americas. And, I would like to push all the snooker fans to, spread the word of snooker in the Americas, uh, to all their buddies who are also snooker, potentially like snooker players, who are
Hmm.
not out of the woodwork yet, and tell them that there are so many great events happening in our region. There are a lot of uh, open events that anybody can participate in across the region, and to check out, if they're in the US, Snooker
No, that's a
USA
4.
for the PAPSA region, papsa.org. And if you have any questions at all, please let us know. At info at papsa.org or media at papsa.org. You can reach us.
Okay, and I think a lot of people don't really realize that this is a labor of love. There's not a lot of money coming to you for all your work. You're just wanting to see the sport grow.
Yeah.
So that's really kudos to you and all the team that you've amassed over the years.
Now, absolutely, I have to thank all the support that I get, from you, David, as well.
Well,
Uh,
tennis. Like a 6.
and Lance, who's been doing
Big old.
a great job with respect to streaming, and this is also creating a huge outreach for uh, for our events and the sport really in the region. So a big thank you to you guys, and a lot of hard work at the ground level, and even for people like Abdul Razak, who's agreed to host this event this year. So much hard work has gone in, and I'm thankful to the entire community really, for helping popularize the sport. And also the good news is there are so many more clubs opening,
Hmm.
and there are, I think, 3 clubs in the Sacramento region with more than 8 tables.
Phenomenal.
There is a club in Modesto now with 12 tables, which is about 3 hours away. There's snooker in the Bay Area, like the San Francisco Bay Area. There's a lot of snooker in Los Angeles, um, and a huge snooker hub in Seattle.
Correct.
And I've heard that there's some snooker in Oregon as well, like in the Portland region, um, and quite a bit in the East Coast as well, in New York, Chicago, um, and there is actually a new club, like a brand spanking new club that's going to open in Michigan,
Okay.
and I just got the name of it, um, which is it's going to be called the
Oscar.
Masters Billiards and Snooker Academy,
Radenka. 4.
and it's going to open either in December or early January, and I think it's going to have a bunch of snooker tables there as well, where potentially like a big event can happen.
Great. And you're
So
saying that's in the state of Michigan, correct?
it's state of Michigan.
Excellent. Also, we do have the founder of the National Snooker Academy playing in this tournament, Zia Sheikh, so that's always
True.
promising.
Yes.
S- It seems like things are growing. I know you and I are in the world of it, and so we might have a little bit of bias, but it definitely seems there's a lot of more interest in cue sports, definitely in snooker, but also in the pool and the Chinese 8 ball. That is getting a lot of credit these days.
True. Um, yeah, I think it's time that we really kind of pushed it to the next level actually now, and we're getting support obviously from the WPBSA as well, and we are training a lot of coaches, hopefully a lot more referees, but more importantly the coaches. We are we have a big push to have a huge number of coaches in our region. We have trained a lot of level 1 coaches with the WPBSA, and we are about to train a few level 2 coaches. They've kind of agreed to you know train 2 people from our region in November to be level 2 coaches, and I think we're going to constantly expand our coaching program.
Excellent. I have talked a little bit to Renat Danka, who's in this match right now. There's a slim advantage in this third frame, but he was telling me back in his native Iraq that the government is really supportive of snooker, and it just seems like, well, here in North America, I'm not. I think the Brazilians do get a decent support, but how do you think we can approach our governments to get some funding that we just so desperately need?
That's a very good question,
5.
David. We've been trying kind of on and off for the past, I'd like to say, since 99. So that's about 27 years, 26 years. Um, with not much success, and the reason is that we get lumped into the greatest cue sports, uh, which includes pool and carom, and now I guess all the other variations
Radenka. 5.
of pool as well. So I think the challenge is that they want us to create like an umbrella body that includes all cue sports,
Hmm.
and there could be funding, for all of Q Sports that then gets distributed among each of the disciplines within the Q Sports. Um, Unfortunately, there's so much politics that I don't really see that happening easily,
Hmm.
but we are still trying.
True, I know they've always been trying to make a bid for Q Sports in the Olympics. And I think they would be doing snooker and carom billiards and then I believe 9 ball or 8 ball. I'm not too sure which one they wanted to put in there. But that's got to just pay huge dividends if it ever happened.
Yes, I think uh, if we get into the Olympics, I think we were very, very close in Paris. I actually saw the bid, um, that went into the Paris Olympics, and it was phenomenal. I just don't understand how we lost out that bid, but we did. And if we hadn't, I think it would have been, uh, at, at a different level today with all the funding that we could have gotten.
And I think as alluded to, it's growing more and more. Because I think certain cities, when they get the Olympics, they do have a discretion that they can accept some sports. I've heard that somewhere. Is that correct? Or correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm not sure about that actually. I don't exactly know how that works. Um, I'm not sure if they can just accept any sport as a one-off in the region. I'm not sure that that's possible, but I could be wrong.
True, true. I'm not sure how
Uh,
breakdancing got in there, but it did in the previous Olympics.
that's true. That's true. Do you
Mhm.
do a little bit of breakdancing, David?
Well, I'm pretty sure at the climax of that tournament, we're going to have a great after party. Cheers, a good job by all.
It looks like Itaro may do a little dance after potting this black here for this frame.
You saw this 22 and the frame.
That's a nice little break of
Good clearance.
16 there. So he takes this frame by a scoreline of 48 to 41. So while we still have you in here, and referee Ernst Azmer sets up the fourth frame, what do you see in the future? What plans do you? Obviously, you don't want to, you know, say too much, obviously, because then you'll be promising the world, and then people will be coming at you with pitchforks if you don't pull through.
Yeah, but actually, I think um, you know a couple of years ago, I would have been a lot more conservative and say that we're just like a little bit of little step at a time type of thing. But I think we are really truly at an inflection point at the moment. We have so many events, and I think you observe this, from the Vancouver region where you're from as well. We are filling up most events
Hmm.
across the Americas. If you have an event, um, I'm almost half confident that it will fill up. Um, so I think we are at a really good spot. Uh, so a lot of hard work from us is required. I think, um, in trying to, push the sport to the next level. And like you were saying, having a lot more events, reaching even more people, and potentially having, you know, like a professional event, possibly, the next year or two is a possibility.
Hmm. Do you as well think of bringing over professional snooker players to the American regions, putting on demonstrations and exhibitions are a good idea to continue the growth?
Yes, actually, as PAPS, we have not really, um, taken the role of actually inviting players for exhibitions, but we have been encouraging a lot of room owners to do it, and I think that is happening. I think a lot of professionals have been coming to the States and Canada as well, and um, we are working with the WPBSA to have um, uh, you know like some exhibitions with top players as like on a regular basis as well, but we haven't done anything formally yet relevant with respect to that.
Okay.
So after 3 frames, is it 3
But
nothing?
obviously, the big question
4 frames,
is
so you get 10 minutes
how is
bonus.
PAPSA working with junior players, the future generations that are going to come play this great sport?
Y- Um, so that's the biggest, I mean, that's the most important aspect of all this, David. I think, we are trying to get a lot more pool converts as well and juniors
Fourth frame,
into the
just off the stick.
mix. Uh, we, uh, in the open, obviously this is the seniors, but in the open, um, we have like a Brazilian lad. I think he's probably like 15 years old or 16 years old, Enrique Ferreira.
Hmm.
Um, we have a player locally who is 20 years old, 20, or he may be 21, Peter Du. Um, we have many more juniors kind of in training, um, and I believe that you've been doing some work in the Vancouver region as well, with
Well, I have
juniors.
been providing some opportunity, but Jonathan Sun, actually, who's the owner operator of Top 147 in the Richmond area, where we do throw a lot of tournaments in the area, really has started a great junior program up there, and I think he has about
One.
6 or 7 youngsters in his stable. Uh, Rian Desani, look out for that kid. 11 years old, he's already got a half century to his credit,
Oh wow,
so he's topping me.
that's very impressive. That's
Hmm.
impressive. But from the PAPSA perspective, I think one thing that we are going to do is we're going to introduce juniors in the Pan American Championships next year.
Excellent.
So that will give opportunities for juniors to come and exhibit, their talent and also kind of build like a junior community in our region as well.
Hmm.
So that's something that we are going to start next year. We were hoping to do it this year, but um, it's unfortunately going to have to be next year. But I think from next year we're going to have a junior event as well.
Fantastic. That sounds like a great idea, and obviously the juniors would be eligible to go in the open tournament as well.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
but that would be obviously tough because these tournaments are go throughout the Pan
14.
American region, and travel can be. They'll need a guardian, obviously. You're not going to see a 12-year-old flying down to Brazil on their own.
true. But um, I think it's important for us to have a junior circuit because many times it's a lot more than snooker. There are friendships and bonds created, and the standards of players improve. When they compete against each other, and are friends and they practice. This is the kind of environment that we need to create. For juniors. Um, I know there are a couple of juniors here, but uh, it might be intimidating for them to, ask, uh, like a 40 or 50-year-old player, to have several practice sessions with them,
Hmm.
whereas it's easier to ask another junior. So I think it's very important, from a social perspective as well, to create that junior community.
True. I remember at a previous tournament talking to Darren Taylor, and he's like, you know, when you become friends in a snooker environment, you're friends for life. You might not see each other for
21.
a few years, but you've made a connection with this great sport, and it's just wonderful to see.
Absolutely. Um, it's such a friendly and nice community as well, as you know, David. It's I mean it's a highlight for me to play and participate and hang out in the during the Pan American Championships.
Definitely, I think obviously when the fans tune in and watch the stream, they do see some fierce determination of these players. They're out there to win. They're giving their best. They don't want to give anything away to their opponent. But off the table, there's so much smiling, so much laughter, big hugs when we come back to these events, when our good friends from Brazil come up. They've traveled a long distance to come up here, as well the Canadians coming down. It's just a great community that we're building.
Absolutely, and uh, everybody is so supportive as well. Itaro is on a 21 break here.
He is, and For all you viewing out there, I do have Ajay Pradhakar. He is the president of the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association. I'm doing my best to ask him a few questions, but if you guys have anything out there that you'd like to ask this man, he's doing a great job. You know, he didn't build it overnight. It's definitely been a long road for sure, and it continues to go.
Thanks, David. He has so many reds in the open here.
Yeah, this with the Taro skill, definitely it's a potential for him to take this third frame, get a 3-1 lead going into the interval. And he actually was the first recipient of the 2-year card, wasn't he?
Yes, I was literally thinking about that just as you spoke it out. It's a little historic tidbit that he was actually the first recipient of a 2-year tour card from our region. So PAPSA actually got the first tour card back in 2013. I think it was 2013, and Itaro uh, was the first recipient of the,
Okay.
the tour card.
And then I've been reading a little bit on the history books in the PAPSA organization. Things after that, it might have got a little bit messy. There might have been a bit of politics, but I think
Yeah, I think um, what we were trying to do was kind of come together more as an umbrella sport along with pool and carom and everything in our region. Um, but that unfortunately didn't fully pan out. Um, so we actually again uh, went back running everything independently as PATSA.
hmm, it is a team effort. There's no I in snooker.
Absolutely.
Six.
As well, the fans have been really enjoying that they're able to, as much as they don't might not seen their favorite player on the stream, the Cloud Snooker website. That's a great resource, and it with the tablets that the players are using at each table, people away from the room can see where their favorite player is. How did that website and application come about?
So that's very interesting, David. One of the big challenges, when we kind of started taking control back, like in 2018, was that we couldn't showcase the world with respect to the amount of activity that was actually going on in the Americas. So one of the things I wanted to do was um, kind of showcase that there are a lot of events that's happening across Canada, the US, Brazil,
11.
and other parts of South America, Bermuda, and so forth. So we wanted one central location where people could come, follow events, potentially enter into events as well. So that was the basic concept, for Cloud Snooker. And
12.
then the other challenge typically, like in our region, is running the tournament itself is very hard. We don't have enough volunteers. Typically, like the tournament director is an individual, and there's so many responsibilities that it's actually quite daunting. So one of the things I wanted to do was fully automate running events, like running tournaments. Uh, uh, so, I mean, the job of the tournament director should be just setting up the event, and players can enter. They're
Thank you.
charged,
12.
um, and basically, the event is kind of created using software, and the management of the tournament itself happens via tablets that you see around our events, and this takes away a lot of the boring monotonous work that the tournament directors have to do.
Hmm.
And we're still refining the product, but I think it's in a great shape now. It should be quite simple to run an event today.
Well, great to hear. I know we got a little setback from that nasty pandemic in 2020, and really it seems like the first real solid event was in 2019 in Houston, and then
Correct.
obviously after the pandemic we were in Toronto for back-to-back years, but now we've
Yes.
traveled to Rio, Sacramento. We're in Sacramento for this one, but gone down to Rio and as well out in Montreal. And is the idea to have this run around through the Americas, or you want to find a home base?
Yes, that's a great question,
Six.
David. The idea was to move it around so that we can, um, get more local players have access to this
Seven.
great event, um, and also, uh, you know, um, for players to be able to kind of hang out with local players as well, kind of inspire players. Like for example, in the Sacramento region, I mean, I don't think they would have seen Igor if not for this event, for example,
Mhm.
right? It was a good way in which we could get the top players into different cities and kind of inspire players like the local players. But I think now we are fairly big, and we have uh, uh, the like a problem where I think we're fairly big and we need a lot of tables to run the event. So it's much harder to move it around because
12.
you need at least 8 tables
Mhm.
to run this event. And unfortunately, there are not a lot of clubs with 8 tables. Um,
Okay.
all across the Americas. Um, the other challenge is, of course, like organizing everything remotely. So we are thinking of maybe having it in one area for like a few years.
Okay.
Maybe 2 years or 3 years, something like that. In fact, the board is getting together during this championships and deciding on that.
Great. Yeah, I guess it would be tough. Would you perhaps ever think about maybe in a city having a couple of rooms, as you alluded to? Like it's tough to find. Like we're kind of spoiled here in Northern California, where there's some single rooms that have a lot of tables, but that's not a lot in North America or in
True.
Central or South America. So would it ever be an idea of joining two clubs to run an event?
Yeah, I mean, um, we're going to have a bunch of different ideas on the table, and we're going to try and figure out, what's the best thing to do moving forward. Uh, but yes, we have, thought about having this championship across like 2 rooms with, 4 tables. Um,
Hmm.
there are some issues even with that, but if we can make it work, that would be also an option.
Mm. Or maybe just get a storage container and have 8 tables and throw a mechanic in there and have the traveling roadshow go where it goes.
That is in fact the most ideal situation. The problem in the Americas, like especially North America, is the expense of doing that because, as you know, our country is massive. Um, so, getting tables from, say, if you have a storage in California to Florida, if you want to have an event there, it can cost, I mean, just the transportation alone could cost, several thousands of dollars.
Hmm.
So, yeah, there are a lot of challenges to doing that, but that's the ideal situation for us.
True, because I know you've mentioned in the past, we're very fortunate with these rooms that have the high volume of tables. But I think you've pitched to me once before your ideal situation of more being more in a place away from a club, maybe in a hotel,
In a
possibly
hotel.
with a conference room where you can set up all the tables and the players are staying upstairs and.
Exactly. I mean, that would be the best. And honestly, our players deserve that.
Hmm.
And as an organization, it's what we are striving to do. Um, but we are not there yet in terms of kind of raising the funds. And again, if anyone in the audience wants to support PAPSA, please reach out to us. We really need all the support we can get, um, uh, including volunteers, referees, people who want to coach, uh, along with players as well. So please reach out to us.
Well, I tried up in Vancouver when I do some tournaments. I try and pitch to the scorekeepers. You get the best seat in the house. If you have an obstructive view, you're not doing your job. So, and,
A very important role as well.
mhm,
The scorekeepers and the referees.
yes. So Farhanit is pointing to the commentator is David Burney, and I'm talking to Ajay Pradhakar, the president of the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association. I know we've kind of let this match kind of play out visually. Jay and I have been having a good chat. I think these are a good staple to have at this event, that you come and join us in the booth and just give us a good update of what's going on, what has happened, and where the future is going with this great organization. So it's greatly appreciated.
Absolutely, David. As you know, it's an absolute pleasure talking to you as always.
Your check is in the mail. You humble me all the time.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, that was a great shot by Itaro. He has a good chance to disturb the reds. I think he needs just one more red after this. Oh no, I think Renat needs snookers.
17.
Yeah, 44 in it and only 43 on the table, and that black has kind of gone safe, so this looks like a good opportunity for Otero to take a 3-1 advantage going into the interval. I think, obviously, when we were talking about juniors and the youngsters, I don't think it's just America's problem. I think it's a global problem of trying to get kids in it. But, I think things go in cycles. Way back in the 1980s, I was fortunate enough up in Canada that the sports network up there started playing this funny little game on there. And not many of us knew what it was. I know my dad was a little familiar with the game, so he knew you got to hit a red and then a colored ball. But it was funny enough because I would come on the playground the following day to my friends and ask them, did you see this snooker thing? And they're like, yeah. And then I'd wind up my friends by mimicking the English commentary because as Canadians, we didn't know that certain twang in their voice. So it was good fun. And then unfortunately it disappeared, and now it's come back full swing. So it's great to see. So there is kind of, sort of, seems like sometimes a little decline. I think more in Britain that snooker clubs are closing down. We are, as you alluded to, in North America, seeing more places open. But, how do youngsters stumble across it? Sometimes I've heard stories where people have gone to bowling alleys, and all of a sudden they just kind of hear these clicks of the balls. I'm not sure what that is, so they go down in the basement, and that's where they get inspired by it. And with our productions, I think this is going to help as well. Just children seeing what the game is about, seeing the beauty.
Absolutely. I think, one of the issues we have as well is, since we are such a large and vast nation, uh, many times having access to snooker tables is very hard, for people. And, for youngsters, it can get quite expensive as well, since, real estate is kind of expensive, and, like clubs, you know, need to make money, so they can't offer free time to juniors and things like that, um, which is what we need. So one of the things that we want to do, which is like a super grand ambition, is to have PAPSA academies everywhere, and give a real deal, for junior players. Almost making it free, for junior players. I mean, if we can do that, I think, we'll have a lot more junior players.
One.
At the end of the day, obviously we know that cues can range in prices. You know, I think Ken Doherty bought his world champion cue for about £5 when he was a youngster, but the John Paris cue can reach up to maybe £600 or £700. But
On the
at
low
the,
end, I think.
yeah, but at the end of the day, a cue is not too bad. I don't think you're going to be spending an arm and a leg for your child for a cue. But if you got your kid into hockey, that's a big expense with all that padding that they have to wear to protect their body. So I don't have
Right.
children yet, and I might be a little bit biased, but I prefer them to go into snooker than hockey. It'd be easy on the pocketbook.
I totally agree with you, David. But I think it's more the access. So, with hockey, it's possibly like in schools, perhaps. I don't know about ice hockey. I don't know how that works in Canada. Uh, but I mean, if you were to take uh, baseball, for example, it's in schools, or football, it's played in schools, so kids have access to that for free. Whereas, if they want to play snooker, table time could run you about $20 an hour. And I think for kids, um, to afford that is kind of hard. Meaning,
Hmm.
trying to justify, maybe a 40 or $50 bill every day, maybe a hard sell. And yeah,
It might be teaching them some life lessons that, because I think some clubs would offer maybe in-kind services. If youngsters were interested, well, I'll give you a discount on table time, but you got to brush the table for me or block
I
the table. Or
I would encourage kids to go and do that because, uh, like running a small academy ourselves, we would welcome, players, youngsters to, help out in the club and get free table time.
hmm
No,
That's
thank you.
that,
That's
that's
fun.
very good. Oh, looks like quite a nasty snooker there.
hmm And even if they were keen on learning, maybe some players that the youngsters watching, maybe those players can give them just a little bit of money to spot the balls, and then they're really getting engrossed in the game.
True. Oh, I didn't even see it.
So as we got a little distracted, it looks like Renat was trying to play the snooker and ended up potting a red. Yeah, it's like a nice piece of art. A snooker match. Nothing's ever the same.
Yeah, that's true.
It's always surprised. There's been a few twists and turns here, and we're only 3 days old in this tournament. I think as well when you mentioned like the vast size of our countries and the Pan American region, I think a lot of players who would love to play the game do try to make it a little of a vacation as well, which is a nice thing to see. Go see a part of the world that they haven't seen.
Absolutely. I think, we have about 23 Brazilians in this event, and uh, you know, they're obviously here to participate in the event. But also see a little bit of the region. I mean, for a lot of them, it's the first time they're coming to the States,
Hmm.
and they want to go to Tahoe and San Francisco, and go around the area and do a little sightseeing as well, which is great.
Hmm. That's why I thank
We,
you as well. Like, I didn't imagine myself being down in Rio de Janeiro, but
ex-
snooker has brought me down there, and I made some fantastic friends.
right.
I wish our good friend referee John Talish could have come up with the Brazilians, but obviously
Ah,
he's got a young little baby that maybe he can't afford 10 days away from.
right.
But it'd be nice to go back and see all of them again. they're just
I'm sure
a
we
wonderful
will,
bunch.
David. Yeah, I'm sure it was such a nice event as well.
Hmm. Kind of
Pencil seated.
surprising it wasn't as warm down there. So that's a concession there. We're not getting a little frustrated. So hopefully you can have a little think about things as he trails 3-1. But there will be a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and see how this match concludes. But I want to thank you, Ajay, so much for joining us in the booth and providing all that great information. And once again, where can anybody find if they want to get into coaching, refereeing, playing in tournaments?
I think papsa.org, and do contact us with any questions that you have, and if you want to help us, please reach out to us.
Sounds like a great deal. Keep up the great work. And well, I know you unfortunately got knocked out of the senior side, but good luck in the open side.
Great. Thanks a lot, David.
Take
Really
care.
appreciate it. And
Good
thanks,
deal.
Lance, as well. Really appreciate all the help.
So good. 10 minutes. 35. Yeah. No, at 30.
back, everybody, to this quarterfinal match between Renat Danka and Tero
Fifth
Santos.
frame. Renat Danka to break.
Hopefully Renat has cooled off a little bit. He's a little upset as he played a beautiful snooker, but unfortunately pocketed the red. That's not his favorite break-off shot. So just gotta keep your emotions in check, Renat. You don't want to give anything to your opponent. Don't show him that you're reeling. Tero's got a mid-range red here to get things started. He's got a rather commanding 3-1 advantage in the match. Just needs one more, but that's the toughest frame to win. The last one. Just a little too hard. Gets in nicely to that red, but wasn't able to hold for the black. Does have that blue far, far away.
Green ball.
He's electing for the green.
Peter Santos 1.
Well, Renat, okay, does he have a little bad? He does have the greens, fortunate enough there. Play for this red that's in between the green and the black. Just needs to put a nice, good sizable break here. Frame winning clearance would be immense for his confidence. Hope everybody out there was all right with our great conversation there with the Jay Hawker. We appreciate that. It's good to hear what's going on in the world of PAPSA. I know we kind of stepped away from commentating on the match in front of us.
20.
But always good to know where the association is going, what their plans are.
21.
More importantly, giving the information for you out there to find places to play, how to help out, how to continue the growth of this great sport of snooker in the Americas. And hopefully you took some of his good advice and applied it and pick up a cue sooner than later.
$28.
Does have a little bit of a plant there, but as you can see, there's a couple inches separating those two reds.
35.
That's tight for that red to go by the res into the top left corner.
36.
bear up in Renat. Seems like when he gets in, that's when he's really successful. Kinda looks like maybe he struggles when their frames kind of get a little messy. He has to grind it out a bit.
43. 44. Six.
Excellent placement on his cue ball from that yellow.
7.
Oh, we wanted that to come up a lot more.
54.
Well, short of pace. As you can see, that red easily goes into the top right corner. So, might try the double into the right middle. Big shot here to continue the break.
Rondenka, 54.
So, solid half century there, but not enough for him to clinch the frame. He needs to win 3 if he wants to be the lone American non-Brazilian player in the Final Four. As Fabiano, last year's senior champion, has put himself into the semifinal, as well as Igor Figueiredo and Noel Moriari. Just tough with that blue. The brown is just really in his eye line. Being a right-hander, he's gonna have to bridge over it. Beautifully played there by Renat. I'd like to just maybe a couple more rotations, so I could just run through. So the run through here is going to clip off the bunch a bit.
5.
Is he all right for the black? Unfortunately not. Let's get that red and spoiled that idea. Blue is his frame ball.
Ten. Rondenka, 10.
So Tiro just needs one snooker and take the 4 reds with blacks to force a black ball respot. But always Potential free ball. So this frame isn't over just yet. It's a poor safety shot though. It's left a mid-range red. At this top left corner. Oh, Renat had a golden opportunity just really to get this frame clinched and move on. Start the comeback, but just faltered a little.
One. Five. Six.
So it's good stuff by Atiro. Mounting a decent comeback in this fifth frame.
14. $21. $22. $27. Peter Santos, 27.
27 has got a snooker. So only trailing by 38, 27 on the table. Does need 3 snookers. It's 36 and there's 27 on the table. Good contact there. Done well to avoid the in-off. Here looks like he could slide behind the black here off the yellow. nicely there for Renat. As you can see, it's tight to that top cushion. Terwood can't get the pot. He'd love to potentially cannon into that green, maybe push it safe for the brown. Shot there. Surprised the nap just didn't curl that yellow into that pocket. Should be able to hit this and potentially pot it as well.
Two.
That will be probably a concession there for Itero.
Five.
Well, definitely now with the doubles gone in and those pockets have increased in size. In Renat's mind, the frame is at his mercy. He's crawling back. Needs two more,
9.
but the comeback is on. Renat doesn't go quietly. He's a fighter till the end.
14.
Well,
Conceded.
not going to be a problem there. So Renat Tenka takes that fifth frame by a scoreline of 64 to 34, and we'll be right back with frame 6.
Sixth frame. Peter Santos to break.
And welcome back to this quarterfinal match, frame 6, with Itero Santos set to get us going, breaking off. Let's see if Itero can stop the bleeding. Just needs that one frame. It's right there for him to take, but Renat, a tough competitor from Chicago, trying to put us into a decider. there by Tiro. He's got the snooker here. Just going to roll into the pack. Low, wanted to be more into the heart of the pack there. It's giving Tiro a little bit of a chance. Fortunate part is that black has gone to the right side of the table. It's relatively gone pretty safe. Not in a bad place over there by the left middle pocket. Black here for Renat. This is tricky. Wow, what a shot. What action he got there.
8.
He's kind of playing with house money right now. Get the pack open up as much as he'd like. It might be just a... I don't think you can get the angle, yeah, on that red.
Rodenka 16.
A little 16. Go back to that impressive black that Renat had. Great cue power here. So all the way back down the table, hitting on the bottom part of the cue ball. Definitely made it tricky. Allowed him to get that relatively easy red into the left middle. Cannon and the yellows left a shot to nothing for Renat. That open red just to the bottom left of the pack. Clip that into the corner pocket on the right side. Swing around 2 cushions to come back into the bulk area. See, black's a little tied up there by the red, close to it. Long red attempt here by Tiro.
One.
It's got a nice angle on this blue. Open up the bunch.
Santo, 6.
Didn't get a great split, so he had to run and hide up into the bulk area. Slim advantage for Annette Denka in this 6th frame. Someone wants to get back into the bulk area. Hit the cushion first. Actually, black is tied up, but blue's pretty open. Natural angle. From this red, we'll take him up there, and
1.
I can get a few pots in here. That really kickstarts his engine. He'll have no problem taking blues as long as he stays at the table and increases his lead. We'll see. Can build a bigger lead a lot quicker with blacks and pinks, but blue's still on the podium. It's a good 3rd place.
$12. $13.
We're seeing some support for Taro in the chat. It's been a well-balanced crowd out there, both voicing their opinion for both competitors.
$15.
So you can see from the overhead, black's pretty tied up with those 2 reds. Yeah,
16.
not very impressive player. Obviously has to be a 2-time U.S. national champion. Maybe one just kink in the armor when the frames get a little squirrely. KG. That's when he just can't keep his composure
18.
together sometimes. So it might be something he just needs to work on a little bit. He's got a lot of tools in the toolbox. Don't get me wrong.
19.
As we can see here, once he gets in the balls, he definitely is a prolific scorer. path
24.
here. It's tough to tell. I think he can get through those two reds at the potting angle. Of that red. Right, most of that little grouping of 5.
Ronald Denker, 24.
Breaks down on 24, but has a 34 advantage. All our other quarter mile matches have been completed. Final match of the day here. We knew it was going to be tough to tell. Was going to be a clean runaway for either player.
One.
That is the player that's fighting for his life right now. He's leading the 6th frame. He can get it to a decider. Well, it's kind of all bets are off.
Yellow ball. Ronald Denker, 1.
He's got the snooker as he won the first frame with a great 78 break. Renat, but then Natero dug in, fought back, won a couple dirty frames. He's won the frame before the interval to lead 3-1. Gave himself a little pet talk. Took the 5th frame, leading in the 6th. Needs to take it to put us into a decider. If he can get the cover, unfortunately he won't.
Green ball. Ronald Denker, 1.
Judgment on pace there. Didn't sell it out. Does look like Renette does have the potting angle on that bottom of the two reds that are close together. Yes, have the top one as well.
One.
As you can see, that's a thin cut on that green. He's trying the thin cut, not the double.
Radenko, one.
Playing for the snooker. Very crafty. Always got to have that whole brain working. Can't just be focused on pawning. Got to remember the game is called snooker. Sometimes a safety shot is much better than taking on a risky pot. Need to pull up and it hasn't, so.
One. Yellow ball.
You just want to try and get behind the brown here off the yellow.
Radenko, one.
Even if you didn't get the snooker, I think it's the distance between balls. So you could cut this into the left middle. There's just enough of it to get by the pink. Definitely, for sure, can put it into the yellow. High drama here at day 3, the senior side of the 2025 PAPSA Snooker Championship. We're at the Aryan Snooker Club. Very warm Sacramento. Today was the hottest day. Fortunate enough that the air conditioning got fixed, as the first 2 days was the major concern by all players and staff and everyone. Well, 51 points on the table and 38 in it. huge steal if Tiro can take this. Obviously, that's the frame he needs to win the match. Great to hear all the Portuguese support in the chat. My limited bout of Portuguese, vamos. Means let's go, Itero.
Six. Icarus Santos, 6.
Looks like the Yolo's come to his rescue. Maybe a little bit of swerve around the. I think he can get just barely by that yellow to hit the red near the pink. It's a lengthy pot for that red into the green pocket, especially with his putting his bridge hand on the cushion. As Renat baited Itiro to take it on. Shot. But
One.
screen is his frame ball. Tiro only need one snooker, but
Four.
he's got the red into the side. Like to get this and a color. Just not give Itiro any chance to come back to the table.
Five. Radenka, 5.
Oh,
Frame
that's going to
conceded.
be it. That's it. Well, buckle those seats out, everybody. We're headed to a decider in this exciting quarterfinal match between Renat Denka and Itiro Santos. Go get that cool drink because we'll be right back with a decider to find out who's going to go into Championship Tuesday. back, everybody. Here we
Welcome,
go.
final frame. Renat Danka to break.
Decider, Renat Danka breaking it off. What a seesaw affair. I think at the onset you knew this was going to happen. That's why we put it on the TV table, and you knew it was going to be high drama, not a clear runaway winner. Both players capable of running high breaks. Others both enjoy the tactical side. So, can Renat Danka get in and start scoring highly? I think that will be his strong point. If it gets a little sloppy, I'm going to put the advantage to Itiro. DeFeer is just wondering what the snooker scene is like in the US of A. This pool is still the most popular. It is, but snooker is definitely on an incline.
One.
Incline, not a decline. It's on an incline. We were fortunate enough to listen to that great conversation I had with the Jayaprat Hawker just before the interval. We're seeing lots of growth in America. So appreciate all your viewership to everybody, and get in touch with PAPSA or even the USSA, which is the governing body for snooker in America, and see how you can get involved. Tiro is in first.
3. Four.
Well, they always say on the professional circuit, just get one chance. I think in the amateur scene, it's just who can hold their nerve the best. Whatever player can capitalize on the mistakes of their opponent. There'll probably be a few more than it would be on the pro circuit, but
9.
Tiro's done well to get in first. And yes, DeFeer, let's hope. Let's get into the Olympics. Not sure if the cutoff has happened for Brisbane, as they won't be in the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics.
Peter Santos, 9.
So, Tiro breaks down on 9. And we're into this decider. And just a scheduling note for everybody, we will be starting tomorrow on Championship Tuesday at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Pacific time. It's 10 a.m. on the west coast of North America, because we're here in Sacramento, California at the Arian Snooker Club. So make sure you set your dial for that. Could be all Brazilians, but Renat doing his best to keep the red, white, and blue alive in this tournament. He's definitely up against a tough opponent, but he's crawled back to win 2 in a row. Full-blooded collision with the green there, but it hasn't really done him too much trouble. Very nice shot, applauded by the crowd here and acknowledged by his opponent with a tap on the table. tactical affair here. Both players know if they're able to give a easy starter to their opponent, they could be sitting for quite a while and maybe even going home. Oh, is that a mistake by Taro? That pink's tied up and black's tied up. But Renat definitely would have no problem with the blue. It's nicely kicked out
One.
the pink. So on the blue to the same pocket, mid-range pot. And those four reds are a messy piece of business. Right there in the pink spot. Pink is there as well, but if he's the falter, he's going to leave his cue ball in amongst all those reds and as well. Now it's got to negotiate the brown and yellow queuing over top of. Very impressive stun shot down. Just wanted to come a bit more, but it does have this red right there into the top left corner. Where does he eyeing that plant? That's not there. That red is interfering a little bit. He might be going for it. I don't know about this. Maybe it does pass. Oh, it does. Wonderfully played by Renat. Good eye.
7.
See, we've got a few camera views here, but the best view is when you're down at the table. Oh, is that black just engulfed by a school of cherries down there? We could be here for a bit.
Radenka, 7.
I think that's just the cider pressure. He's got a little angle on that red. That'll help him get up table.
One.
So Gatiro's just going to come off the green and try and get behind the pink. Kicked it towards that yellow.
Peter Santos, 1.
So he's left a shot to nothing for now. That red out in the open there. Easily goes. Oh, with the angle, he's got to cut it off. It'll come off the top and side cushion. Get deep into the bulk area. Oh, what a shot. shot there. That was just a shot to nothing with everything in between. Taro thinks about that. Just seeing the tail end where Renat's shot ended up, just hugging the yellow, blocking the right side of the table. We can swerve this around. We can. There was a little bit of a gap. So, got almost 10 balls below the black spot. So we're going to have a pretty good tactical exchange here. A little messy down there. Yeah, let's give Matero a chance for this red. Bring the pink back down. That'll be nice. There's an angle on it to come off the bulk cushion. Back down to the top end of the table. At least that will help because there's pretty much a real great colored ball down with those reds.
Seven. Peter Santos, 7.
Final frame pressure does it to all of us. Even a great player like Itero Santos. Cherries are starting to fall off the tree and get off that rail one by one.
One.
Nice if Atiro could get the blue on the spot as well.
Six.
Looks like there's just a slim path for that red, just right of the black into the top right corner. I think this is the type of frame that
7.
Tiro can excel at. cagey ones, the grinding affairs. Yeah,
13.
let's take his 20 and run away. It's okay, it's gone near the right cushion. I think he wanted to just squirt that red ball into the bunch. And it's got an opportunity to might take this cross double. Element is safe. Potentially could put it into the top left corner. And the creativity on that shot, as we've seen when Renat gets in the ball, usually takes the frame. Whereas when they're slow moving like this frame is, a lot more tactical, the Brazilians got the advantage. With the containing safety and no touching ball there. It's just got to hold his nerve. Don't do anything silly. Knows he could get a chance. There was just taking a look to come off the right cushion and just nestle up to the reds, the two that are right of the black. Stroking that way, he gets a bit more of the cue ball to work with. As opposed to this one, he's hitting on top of the cue ball. He's left this red out for a tarot. Still, lots of reds as they're circulating that black, not letting it escape. Tarot with a 23 advantage. Would like to see reds slowly disappear. To have been maybe just a little higher. I think he still can get into some of these reds and open it up. Big shot here.
7.
I don't think that red just to the right. Yeah, it's not going to pass that other red to knock that red just on the jaws of the pocket. So
Peter Santos 7.
no touching ball. As referee Bazner would have acknowledged, would point out the offending ball that the cue ball was touching. In that case, the player can shoot away as that acts as the first contact. Still no touching ball. Just have to be a little mindful, careful of the push shot. Just when you thought it could get any more nervy, get in this situation. Well, that's opened it up a little bit. Might be able to flick out the red. Green might come to his rescue. Does he chance that? He's just coming to look up where he wants to hit that bulk cushion. He's trying to use that red as a blocker as well. Fortunately. Yeah, looks like now on second thought, oh, red shot looks like he does have the cover. Great shot there by Atero. Is there a pathway for Arnett to come possibly the left cushion? Let's see, because that pink is right there. Might be able to put a big swerve on this shot. Well, at least he made contact, but he didn't get the pot. And he didn't leave it anywhere, so first glance he looks okay. Could have been a lot worse. Even Andy McCluskey, 2-time Seattle Snooker Open champion, can't believe it as he's made his way into the room. He's eagerly waiting to get started to play in the Open Championship, but glad that he's here seeing the climaxes. The senior side. has come to his rescue. Nice shot there by Renat. Had to be mindful of the in-off. So just 30 points in it. 67 points on the table. 75. Yeah, it's just safety is so important on this and finding the path. Easily can hit into a red and then can into another one, and it just stops the pace of the red, or its cue ball I should say, and it sticks around in the top area. So lots to think about, especially in a decider.
Touching ball.
And there's a touching ball, so Renat can shoot away as long as that red ball that's touching doesn't move. It's not a push shot. Trey Fair making a wise crack over there in the chat, saying O'Sullivan cries seeing this match. True, true. Ronnie likes to get in and get it done. A lot of players like to get in, usually one frame visits. But when you get into decider, things clam up. Oh, he's taking the left side away. That red just left of the black. Everybody in the room just glued to the table, can feel the drama escalating in this room. Looks like he snookered him on the red. the left side there. So forcing the Tiro to go into some of these reds and open them up. He's just able to flick off that red on the right side that's near the black. Tough to tell. There's a plant there with those two reds. That's the rightmost red past the red and black on the cushion. Giving it a shot. He's left a long pot there for a Taro. The red. Definitely not on the west coast in the US of A. Not too late in the evening, but back in Brazil, definitely some late night drama here. For all of you cheering on your countryman, Itiro Santos.
Green ball. Peter Santos won.
Oh, what a shot there by Renat.
One.
Like a 4-ball plant there. Yeah, hit and hope a little bit. He's got the pink, he's got an open red. When you're at the table, you can really use that cue ball, open things up. Is this a chance?
Seven.
Renat Tanka, no stranger to pressure, that's for sure. At the American Masters, he and Davey Morris went all the way down to the final black in the final frame. What an exciting final that was in that tournament, the first of its kind, orchestrated by Andy McCluskey. See some more of those great American Master Series. We will be headed over to Nina in October for a great great tournament that Andy and crew is putting on. Definitely, so that's going to be a tough red after that blue going down the left cushion. Sometimes at this point you just don't want to overthink it. It's been a long match. Three and a half hours match time. Big shot here with the double. He's just going to shoot himself back into the bulk area, not risk it.
Bernardenka, 13.
And then there were three reds. At least the black is out. It's not buried in a bunch of reds. And the way you slice it, if Tara goes to the left red on the left side or the right red on the right side, it's going to be kicking out a red. Suppose maybe takes the right red, because it's going to knock into that middle red of the three and the other red, and that might shoot across and go into the pocket. Oh no, there wasn't an angle for that. Good weight. Well played. Reds are getting out in the open. Is he tempted Tiro to take on this long red into the top left? That's the distance Tiro has to travel. That's a far way. Looks like he's coming over to look at the angle. He's trying to take this decider by the reins. Oh, it wiggled its way and found the bottom of the pocket. Nice to see our fellow referee from Belgium, Peter, tuning in. 6 o'clock in the morning. So maybe some early morning drama for you, whereas the rest of us on this side of the Atlantic experiencing the late night drama. All the eyeballs in the room on this table. Enjoying every shot in this journey of a decider. A big frame too, because the quarterfinalists will take home 250, but if you get in the semifinals, you're at least assured of 500. Potential for 1,500 if you're second place, and 4,000 for the winner of this tournament. So this frame has a little bit of dollar signs on it. That's gonna be good. Saving grace for Renat is obviously that red is on the right cushion. Might be able to stun into the pink and maybe have 3 reds to the right middle pocket with this red after the pink. Can't even script the tension that's going out there in the room.
Santo 7.
26-point lead for the Brazilian. Let's put Renat in the snooker. Renat just coming over to take a look at the scoreboard.
All 4. And a miss.
Could be a free ball as well. Don't think as a free bowler we would have heard referee Bezimer announce it.
Vitro.
Players agree with a great respot. Attempt number 2.
Ball 4. And a miss.
Contact there. Acknowledged by the crowd. Tiro go for the dagger here. Try the thin cut with this red into the green pocket. Just need to use the rest, so a bit more difficult than your normal shot, but with 6x12 tables, that rest is your friend. I know our friends in the pool scene sometimes see the rest as a nasty piece of equipment, but in snooker it's a mandatory tool that you need to master. That's in there.
1.
The snooker's required stage here. This is looking promising for a all Brazilian Final Four on Championship Tuesday in this 2025 Pan Am Senior
6.
Snooker Championship. But we know Renat's not going to go quietly.
Peter 6.
So Renat needs 4 snookers here. Black's in not a bad spot, as well as brown. Both just off cushions. Good to have patience. If you don't see the snooker right away, just put some distance. Don't gift your opponent the easy yellow. Zero's got him in the snooker. Renat has battled hard to push us into the decider. He's trailing 3-1 when we came back from the interval. Oh, and there's the handshakes there. Itiro Santos wins this quarterfinal match by a scoreline of 60-20. What a match. Lots of drama there. Well, Brazil's going to be cheering tonight, and they'll probably be ecstatic tomorrow, because there will be a Brazilian in the World's Seniors Snooker Championship over in Sheffield. We just don't know who. So make sure you tune in tomorrow here on PAPS's YouTube channel at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Pacific. It's the final day of the 2025 Senior Snooker Championship. Enjoy your night, everybody. It's David Burney saying good night, and we'll see you tomorrow when the semifinals start.